You are feeling the effects of climate change every day.
Now we have to act. Obama was the keynote speaker for a global special titled Dear Earth. Also taking part, climate activists and even Pope Francis.
For Americans worried the next knock on the door could be marshals with orders to evict, comes word 75% of the federal funds to assist renters still have not been distributed at the local level. The Hill reports the federal government dispersed $46 billion to eligible states and local entities and even put an urgent on the money since the Supreme Court would not allow a moratorium extension. But many renters are still waiting for help to get to them and, more importantly, to their landlord.
They're still picking the jury in the case of the three white men accused of murder in the death of black jogger Ahmaud Arbery. Arbery, who had dreams of being an electrician like his uncles, was killed in February 2020. The defendants are an ex-cop and his son, Greg and Travis McMichael,
Sheila
and their neighbor,
Forrest.
William Roddy Bryant, who videoed the deadly encounter with his cell phone, capturing the chase and the kill.
That personal crisis between the black Richmond, California police chief and her daughter has come to a head with a restraining order. Chief Bisa French and her husband, who is a sergeant on the Oakland police force, both agreed to stay away from their 18-year-old daughter for 2 years. The black chief, who is on leave, is accused of assaulting her daughter. Reports say her parents believe their daughter is being sex trafficked by her 34-year-old boyfriend, who they say is a pimp.
Want a quick check of your COVID status before going out? The Biden administration wants to make it easier to just grab a test at the drugstore and do it yourself.
There weren't very many available over the counter. You could still get a test, but it had to go to a lab, which took time to get results, to getting them now over the counter where you get results very quickly at home.
Health Secretary Javier Becerra says the plan is to make at-home tests plentiful and reliable, providing peace of mind as we move indoors and approach the holiday gathering season. Even in the time of COVID, with their masks on, one little black boy can't stop the...
Happy Hump Day. Good morning, Queen Janine. How are you? Thank you, ladies, for joining me as always. I appreciate you all. I'm about to pep up in a few minutes. In a few minutes. After these messages, we'll be right back. John Caldwell.
The talk of Chicago, 1690.
Love you back, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's the morning show with Rufus Williams.
In the airport in Detroit,
Of
there was
course.
a job fair where 5,000 people were expected, but only 100 showed up. As well, why are some small conservative Christian colleges seeing growth while other schools are seeing declines? We'll talk about that and more on the next morning show with Rufus Williams.
It's the morning show with Rufus Williams.
I know that
The
guy.
talk of Chicago. WVOA.
I was watching the Motown thing from 2012, the tribute to Berry Gordy,
Uh-huh.
and I saw somebody in the crowd, right?
Uh-huh.
I said, I know who this guy is.
That was
On TV, right?
Herbert Rogers'
Yeah.
cat.
That was from 2012.
Herbert Rogers' cat. I'm so cool. I'm frozen in my clothes.
Mr. Greer,
Yes, sir. Always.
give me some milk or something. I'm tired.
My man.
My eyes are burning, sir.
We out here, brother.
Wait till you get my age. They're gonna fall out.
Eyes?
Your eyeballs just gonna fall out.
Man, I need my eyes.
You'd be like Stevie. You'd be like,
Oh, I need to see the pretty ladies walk by.
Stevie ain't never had no problem. He done been married 4 times. Ray been married 6. So that ain't no excuse.
They'll feel their arms.
Right. He'd be like, wait. Oh, yeah.
That's too much meat.
He's like, oh, no, wait, no, you go back. No, you go back, Porky. You too big.
All right, Mr. Greer, take us on in, sir.
All right, take care. I'll see y'all next week.
Okay.
Tommy, what's going on, sir? I am good, Queen Janine. I am just glad to be here, as always. Just glad to be out the house. Glad to be out the house. In the house, out the house. Yep, I'm just glad to be out of the house. Yep, Tommy, what's going on? One of these days, Tommy's gonna hire me to DJ for him again. Probably in another 5 or 6 years. They'll have to wheel me in or something like that. I'll be like Herb that had to, pay homage to me. Pay homage to me. So you're getting out this weekend. I know that's right. Yep. Tommy in love with the song stylings of King George. I mean, everybody got their favorite DJ. Ken Bedford, he's in love with Uncle Sam. So, one of these days it'll be my turn. I don't understand, but okay. I get it, but it's like if you want a different crowd, then you get a different DJ. But if you want the same crowd all the time, then you keep with the same DJ. That's what you do. But it's always been my experience to switch up every now and then. Put a real guy in there. Someone like myself of my caliber. Not to, talk down about Sam or King George or anybody else. But they had the same DJs all the time. It's like, Michael Green, what's going on, sir? Yep. Tired of being stuck in the house. I heard that. Your husband should take you out and then show you off. See, if I had a woman, I would show her off all the time. What I used to do was I would invite my then wife to all the parties that I would do so I could show her off. This last time I DJ'd at this place, it was like a big house out in the suburbs somewhere. And I usually carry my own chair with me. I carry this little stool that I sit on. So I sent her the address to where I was DJing at, and next to me, I sat a chair. And of course, that chair stayed empty all night. Somebody's like, "Can I take that chair?" I was like, "No, this chair is for my wife if she ever shows up." And of course, she never showed up, because my thing was, if you have a mate, then you show her off. You show her affection. I was dating this one girl. She was like, "I hate, public affection." I'm like, "Why? I would love to walk down the street hand in hand with you. I would love to walk in the mall, with you. I would be proud to walk down the street hand in hand with you." But that's just me, I'm not like most guys. I mean, back in the day, yeah, I was like, girl, walk behind me, act like you don't know me. But you grow up, things change. And my thing has always been, if I have somebody with me, hey, Catherine, if I have somebody with me, then they're with me. And I want everybody to know that they're with me. Not, because the minute I turn my back and I got somebody with me, they're going to try to holler. So my thing is, you know, as long as she's in my face, I'm in her face, can't nobody holler. They know, it's understood that she's with me. You know, she's with me. You know, all that pop stuff, you know, is all pops, you doing it. No, she want to get with a real man. You know, why would you call me pops? Because you can't get with her? You don't have no game. That's the problem. Yeah, pops got game because I got experience. You know, I know how to treat a woman. Now, you know, I was like you once. I was like you. I was a punk. Talking about pops. So how you get her? You know, I was walking with this girl once and I was taking her to go get something to eat and they go holler at her. I'm walking with her. You know, what's up, shorty? What's up, shorty? Oh, pops. Oh, man, I ain't no disrespect, man. Oh, man, how you pull her? Because I'm respectful. Not like your disrespectful ass. You know, I'm talking about pops and yo, shorty. That ain't her name and it's definitely not mine. So, you know, all these guys out here, you know, flossing and all that stuff with your pants hanging down and all that, you know, I almost cussed. You know, all that weak stuff. You know, you're not no man. You're not no gangster. What gangster you see with his pants down? You ever watch The Sopranos? The Tony Soprano or Dante, you know, Christopher, anybody had their pants down? No, they never did. You watch Casino? Did De Niro have his pants down? No, that's some bitch stuff. Okay, pull your pants up and be a man. Don't try to floss and boss and all that stuff. It's like, no, you're a clown. You're a clown. You don't like it? Too bad. You're still a clown. Pull your pants up and be a man. Put on a suit and tie. Be a man. $16.90 WVON, the talk of Chicago. Good morning and welcome to the B-Side. It's your Dr. Al Greer officially checking in. Good morning to all my B-Siders, my M-Squatters, my third shifters, and of course, my dusty insomniacs who hold me down each and every night as I flip the 45s and play the B-Sides. Guitar Mike. But, you know, I'm not on a rant or anything, you know, I give respect where respect is due. But, you know, you ain't never see Obama with his pants hanging down when he's with Michelle. None of that goofy stuff. You know, any man that wears his pants down and you can see his underwear, you weak. You know, I said it, you're weak. What you gonna do? You know, all I gotta do is go behind you, pull your pants down. When you're trying to run after me, you'll trip like a clown. You know, like you at the circus. You know, that's disrespectful. That's goofy. That's some prison stuff. You know, pull your pants up and be a man. Pull your pants up. Put a suit on. You know, blue jeans ain't for every day. You know, all that clown stuff. Stop being a clown, man. You know, respect others as you respect your mother. You know, respect women like you would respect your mother. You know, get tired of that clown stuff. You know, hollering in the phone and cussing a woman out over the phone. You know, it's like, you know, and any woman that takes that, she ain't no woman. Nikki Brown, what's going on, baby? You want to go to breakfast in the morning? I'm up for it. I'll go home, take a nap, and we can go eat. But yeah, that's some ignorant stuff. It's like, you know, you ain't no man, you ain't no player, you ain't no nothing. You ain't no gangster. You know, watch Scarface. Did Pacino have his pants hanging down? No, he said, hello, say hello to my little friend. And that was a gun. Terry Martin, how you doing, sweetheart? You know, yeah, I wish one of my sons would, you know, that pants stuff. You know, I tell Lawrence in a minute, pull your pants up while you're around me. Don't do that. Okay. Thursday. And I had to be at work at 11, so we got to get up. So, but yeah, all that clown mess. That's, you know, you're a circus clown. You know, you waiting for what is that? The Universal Circus to come to town. Barnum and Bailey. You know, you somebody's bitch in prison. You know, you're not a man. You ain't rocking the Willy Bobos or whatever they call it. I don't know. It's clown mess. You know, I don't know if I told you all this. I was at church yesterday and they were having a repast and a fight broke out at the repast. Some guy on crutches, he in church cussing. Because I wondered, I'm like, okay, why do we have security here at church? So I knew the security guards. Shout out to Jim Shoe and crew. I said, Jim Shoe, why y'all here? Why do we have security at a funeral? He said, man, a few months ago they had a funeral up here and it got kind of, so ever since then they've sent, security to the funeral, whenever they had a function at the church. I'm like, oh, because we share church with somebody else. Lawana Trailer, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So this guy gets up and he's cussing and stuff. I'm like, man, put him out. Nigella, put that punk ass out. I'm sorry, excuse my language, but put him out now. They fighting back and forth. It was a older woman and a younger guy, and she was ready to throw hands too. I'm like, y'all in church, that is some disrespectful ass stuff. If y'all got beef, take that stuff into the parking lot or something, or on the other side of the church, on the other side of the street. They fighting in church. I'm like, what kind of goofy mess is this? And wasn't nobody dressed except I think I saw maybe 2 or 3 people who were dressed like they were supposed to be in church, like we were at a funeral. A couple of the sons of the mom who passed, they were dressed alike, which was cool. They had on black and purple shirts, which was cool. Everybody else, like they just walked in off the street. I'm like, that's some disrespectful stuff. Put on some clothes. Be a man. Pull your pants up. Not that clown stuff. You look like a clown coming up in the church. Only time my pants sag is when I forget to pull them up because I'm losing so much weight. And that's it. Anyway, make sure you share this live video on your pages, please, and thank you. Just hit share. All right? Share the love, please. Just hit share before you go out, because I know most of y'all get sleepy around, 12:30, 1 o'clock. I understand. But just share it before you leave. Before you go to sleep, when you feel yourself, falling asleep, hit share and then go to sleep, so somebody else can see it. Because I am speaking the truth tonight. I hear all these folks on these talk shows and all that stuff. The brother that just left, he's part of the Nation of Islam. And my thing is, y'all need to talk about that. Y'all need to talk more about that. I ain't never seen no Muslim brother with his pants hanging down. Never. I mean, some goofy stuff like that, please. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad be rolling in his grave. It's like, I thought I taught y'all better than that. That clown stuff. Y'all weak. Y'all that word that describes a cat. That's what it is. You in church. In church fighting. I'm like, what is going on? In church fighting. Why? For what? I'm like, really? Okay. It made my head hurt. That was so disrespectful. So disrespectful. In church. And then the guy tried to pull it again. We were at the repast. They had all came back from the burial and everything. And he tried it again. So, you know, I told security, I said, you better get your boy before I do. That's all I'm saying. You know, I don't care. I'm in church, you know, I always carry my knife. I'd stab that bitch in his neck. Shut up, man. Shut up. Give you emergency trach. Shut up. You in church. Show some respect. And he was on crutches. I'm like, man, I will take this knife and cut your crutches off. Cut your fingers off them. See, I'm trying not to cuss. I'm like, in church? Really? You know, that don't make you a man. It makes you a punk in the sight of God, in God's house. Man, I'm telling you. You know, I tell people all the time, I'm not all the way saved. I'll still cut you. I'll pray for you, though, while you sit there and bleed and wait for the ambulance to come. You know, I'll pray for you. I'm like, man, I didn't want to have to cut you, bro, but, you know, you was acting a bitch, so I had to check you. Sorry, y'all. Excuse me. You know, and I don't like to use that word, but you was acting a punk, so I had to check you because that's the only way I could get your attention. So I had to cut you, an emergency trach. You know it. You know what I'm talking about, Nodula. You know, just shut up. You can't shut up? Let me help you. You take this penknife. I'm going to take the smallest blade and jab it down your throat. Right there, right there. Shut up. You in church. You know, you ain't bad. Please. We got security here. You know. And I don't mean to put my pastor's business out there, but he used to be a gangbanger. So it's like, you know, as a matter of fact, he said, you know, I was about to come out this pastoral role. I was like, Pastor, I got you. I'll hold you while you kick him in the nuts. Because he's acting, well, not nuts, because he ain't got no balls to be cussing in church. So, you know, kick him in his vagina because he's being a woman. Whoo, Lord, let me stop talking about that. Make sure you share this video. Hey, Holly Jennings. Leah Shores, what's going on? Share the video. Share it right now. Share. Just hit share. Don't even think about it. Just bam, hit share. It's right next to comment. But, you know, I hate stuff like that. It's like you in church, you know. You in church trying to be tough. Man, listen. And we got security up in here, and they all carrying pistols. You's a bad man. No, you a fool. You are a fool. You are a straight up fool. I don't know where you from. I don't know. But this is Chi-Town. You know, he may have been out of town, from out of town or something, you know, where out there they tough and stuff, you know. You know, maybe St. Louis or something, you know, because he's a little touched. I said, but right here. Robert, I knew you was going to say that, sis. Sis, I got to be honest. I didn't feel well. I had a headache from the time I woke up. And I was trying, that's why I ate something. And I didn't have any a leave with me. That's why I left. I didn't want to leave. I really didn't, sis. You know, I hated that I left, and I figured, you know, if and when you got on my live that I would tell you I apologize for leaving. I didn't want to leave, but I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna stay at least 2 hours tomorrow. But I was just, my head was killing me. I couldn't wait to get home, smoke some weed, and go to sleep. That's the only thing that's been, and I took some, yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure something jumped off that I missed. I am so sorry. I apologize. I will stay tomorrow until at least 6. So I get up and work out and come and stay because my head was like killing me. You know, I mean, I was seeing stars. I'm like, I don't know if my pressure was up or the blood sugar or whatever, but you know. They hail from White Plains, New York, and a few years ago, they performed at the Taste of WVON at Chicago State. They have some of the greatest love songs ever made, and of course, some of the finest lead singers ever. Held a whole bunch of them, too. Sharon Bryant, what is it? Melissa Pierce, all of them, I swear. Tonight, we flip the 45s and play the B-sides on the one and only Atlantic Star on 1690 WVON. Yo, 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 Mr. Redman. Yes, I smoked the marijuana, the ganja. Yeah, but you know, once again, sis, I didn't want to leave. I'm sorry. I was just, yeah, I wasn't feeling well. You know, and I slept all the way to the time. As a matter of fact, I think I overslept the alarm because once I woke up, it was 8:45. Normally, I set my alarm for 8:30. Gives me enough time to, you know, take a shower or whatever. I didn't even take a shower tonight, but I don't stink. Let me make that perfectly clear. Um, but yeah, I had to run home. I was just not, you know. Yeah, that was an awesome day. But sis, I'll be there early tomorrow. I get up at 12, go out, you know, go work out for an hour, and then I'll be there the rest of the day, or at least until 6. So, but I hadn't gotten any sleep the night. Fire truck? What? It was like that? Wow. Oh, Catherine, to address what you're saying, up until a few years ago, I did not partake in the smoking of marijuana before it became legal. Here's what happened. When the pandemic hit, I was like, you know, not my normal cool self because I'm always, you know, pretty cool. Except when it comes to, you know, guys wanting to fight in church and all that stuff. But anyway, but I was looking for something to kind of calm me down, and I didn't want to. I didn't want to become dependent on alcohol. Good Lord. Yeah. Anyway, so the alcohol, I'm like, yeah, you know. You're welcome, Janine. Thank you. So, what was I saying? So I didn't want to become dependent on alcohol. So someone suggested that I smoke weed. I'm like, no, I don't smoke no weed. No, it's like, you know. So I went back to smoking it back in 2020. So it's 2021 now, about to be 2022. And it's not as bad as some people make it out to be. It's just, it depends on what you smoke. Now the kids are smoking this stuff is called loud. Well, yeah, it's loud. And it's not real marijuana. So what I make sure it's what it is. So I deal with one person who, you know, is a distributor, and that's it. But you know, that loud, it's just that. It's loud, and it's not real weed. You know, I don't know what they're smoking, but yeah, I make sure it is what it is. Weed, plain old weed. I have several pipes. I have 3 pipes. I have a glass pipe. I have a rubber pipe, which has a little bowl inside where you put the weed. And then the third one is just a wooden pipe, which has a little filter in it. And that's it. But yep. And what they smoke is not, it ain't what it is. That's probably why their pants hang off, because they think, they doing something, but you know, but it's not what it is. It ain't weed. It's weed, but it's soaked in something, formaldehyde or something like that, which makes them crazy. Because if you notice, real weed smokers don't lose their minds like that. Real weeds, people who smoke real weed, they don't trip and want to fight and cuss people out. Yeah, they don't do that. You know, we sit and chill, and that's it. I mean, when you're smoking real weed, you don't want to fight nobody. You just want to sit back and chill, watch a football or basketball game, and that's it. And just chill, not get up and want to fight somebody and cuss somebody out in church, weak stuff like that. So Nodula said, I can't smoke weed. I'm already crazy. And that's just it. The young folks, what they smoke, it'll make you crazy because it's not real weed. Real weed does not make you crazy. It does not make you want to fight somebody. It doesn't make you want to cuss nobody out. You just want to sleep or just eat some Doritos or some Fritos, some Doritos or some Cheetos. That's all you want to do. You want to eat and you want to drink. You get real thirsty, like I am right now. And that's it. Not that goofy stuff where you want to go shoot somebody up. I don't know what they smoking. They smoking loud, and that's what it is. It makes you loud. You listen to stupid, loud rap music and all that goofy stuff. Real weed smokers, they want to listen to some Sade, some Barry White or something like that, Quincy Jones and in the Secret Garden. They don't want to hear no, a yappa dabba 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 dabba. Sound like my daddy, don't I? Yappa dabba this and yappa dabba that. That's not even real rap music, trying to rhyme words that don't even rhyme. Turn me up. Can you hear me? It's like, shut up. Anyway, my 2 months that I smoked, I slept afterwards. That's what you're supposed to do. Not go out and do a drive-by or some goofy stuff like that. It chills you. It makes you relaxed. And that's what it's supposed to do. Relax you. Not where you want to get up and fight and, do stupid stuff. Goofy stuff like that. I'm like, okay. Y'all want to shoot up the place. But yeah, that's it. That's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to make you mellow. That's it. Not jumping up and down, not wanting to fight nobody or whatever. Janine said I smoked when I was in my late 20s, but I was done by the age of 21. And I get it. Yeah, mumble rap. That's what I call it. At least when with our rap records, a hip, a hop, a hippie to the hip of the hip, hip, a hop, and you don't stop the rockin' to the bang, bang, boogie. Say up, jump the boogie to the rhythm of the boogity beat. And then nobody get hurt during the Rapper's Delight song. Nobody got hurt. When they was rapping Apache, jump on it. Nobody get hurt. Nobody. It wasn't until Easy E and Ice-T and Ice Cube and Ice this and Vanilla Ice that, well, not even Vanilla Ice. He was weak. He wasn't no real rapper. But, all of a sudden, everybody got agitated with this new rap, this gangster rap, putting one between your eyes and all of that stuff. Like, man, You know, what happened to the good old days? Even with Luda, when Luda came out, his songs were, you know, he wasn't talking about killing nobody. You know, one of my favorite songs by him was one of the first ones he did, Southern Hospitality. And nobody get killed. You know, it was cool. Pretty ass. Oh, how I love these pretty ass hoes. Da 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 da. You know, I understood he was rapping. I'm like, okay, cool. I like that. You know, Run DMC, LL Cool J, I Need Love. You know, this goofy stuff that they rapping about. You know, yep, rap and hip hop had a conscience. These folks don't have no conscience. You know, they don't care what they rapping about, who they killing during the rap. You know, they should put a disclaimer. You know, nobody was hurt during the recording of this rap album. You know, it's like it's just, you know, it's just not good anymore. It's just not, you know, you could dance to it. You know, Apache, jump on it. You can't dance to this stuff now. Mumble. Like, shut up. You know, this guy brought me a CD once. He's like, yeah, check out, yeah, Public Enemy. Yeah. Ain't nobody get hurt. You know, fight the powers that be. Elvis was a hero to most, but he never meant to me. The straight outrageous. Him, mother F him and John Wayne. But ain't nobody get killed listening to Public Enemy. Fight the powers that be. You know, nobody got killed during these songs. Diggable Planets. Dun 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 dun. Dum 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 dum. Yep. Nobody get killed. I mean, every song is about shooting somebody or defaming a woman. You know, super soak that hoe. I'm like, and they got kids singing it. Talking about super soak that hoe, and they don't know what they're singing. They 4 and 5 years old talking about super soak that hoe, and they still peeing on themselves. Talking about super soaking a hoe. Like, really? And I blame the parents. You know, because they listen to that. Parents aren't like they were when we were growing up. Parents listen to music. You know, my parents listened to Nat King Cole, Ray Charles, Count Basie, and all of that stuff. That was real music. You know, and that's what taught me what real music was about. Even when I went through my phase with James Brown, Jackie Wilson, and the Temptations, even they understood what I was playing. And that was it. That's right, Catherine. You got to blame the parents because they're listening to that garbage. They think that's music. Oh, that's my music. Oh, you know, come up to me. Can you play some better music? I'm like, can you listen to some better music? You know, everybody's looking at me like, oh, is that all you're going to play church music? We in church. What you want to hear? Some Lizzo, Cardi B? We in church. You know, sit your goofy ass down and listen to some real music. Listen to some church. Get some word in your spirit. You know, all this garbage, man. Right. The kids don't even know their ABCs, but they know how the Superman and the let me whip, let me nay. That clown stuff. Clown, clown, clown. Clown pants, clown this, clown that. You know, if hip hop is a culture, I don't want to be a part of it. I just don't. You see what I got on? I got on blue jeans, but they up on my waist, not down below my ass cheeks. You'll never see my underwear. And I got some beautiful underwear, but you'll never see it unless we doing it. You'll see me pull them off, and that'll be it. And then the room gets dark. Like Bernie Mac said, the room get dark. I pull my stuff out. You won't even see my drawers, but 3 seconds. After that, it's like click, click, turn off the lights. Nigel, tell you, please. I bring the thunder, don't I, baby? Come on now. I brings it. Tonight's Spotlight Artist, Atlantic Star. That is Stay, a Steppers classic right here on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. It's your Dr. Al Greer saying hello to Nigella Monique, also to Sheila Forrest and Catherine Laverne Flowers, who are checking me out right now on Facebook. Happy birthday to William Earl Collins, a.k.a. Bootsy Baby. I'd rather be with you on 1690 WVON. I'm just saying, Nigella, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying I'm a nice guy. I'm a good guy. I would be a good catch for somebody. I'm not saying that, you know. I would never bust somebody out like that. That's some goofy stuff too. That's some clown stuff too. But I'm just saying, I'm a gentleman. Yeah. You gonna take your middle name out. Why? I love you too, Al Kendall. Why can't I never say your name, brother? But you know what I'm saying, Nigel. I'm not saying, I'm, John Holmes or something like that. I'd rather be thought of as a gentleman and not as a, you know, a former stripper like I am. But anyway. It is what it is. But yeah, those are just things that burn me up. It's like, come on now. We got to do better. We have to do better with our children. We have to do better. We have to show them that it's better. We all grew up with bullies, the bad guys, the tough guys. But you know where all the tough guys end up, right? California. 26 in California, to be exact. My thing was, and I always said this, I said, one day we're going to put an ad in the paper, looking for a few good men between the ages of 18 and 25. And we put them all on a plane and we send them over to a third world country and said, now you can shoot up all you want to. You can shoot everybody you want to. Just, just don't get shot yourself. You think you're so tough? Yeah. These third world countries that cut your head off and your hands for stealing, that's where they need to go, and take the plane a one-way ticket and just drop them MFs off. So y'all can just shoot each other up. All the rival gangs and stuff. Say, yeah, we're going to put you on a luxury plane and we're going to send you to this wonderful place and y'all can stay there and y'all can sell all the drugs and stuff and have all the guns you want to. We won't even stop you at the airport. It's you're going on that plane. Yeah, okay. And just drop them off. Drop them off. They'd be like, man, I'm trying to get back to the States, man. I don't know where I am, man. They're like, Al Greer said he was going to do it to you. He was going to do it. Drop them off. I'll pay for the plane and drop all them jokers off and let them shoot each other up. Because that's some crazy mess. And once again, I blame the parents because the parents, no, they wouldn't survive. No, they would not survive, Nigella. They wouldn't be able to make it. Because them folks over there in them third world countries that cut people's heads off with big ass knives, big swords, they'd be like, man, you gonna cut your hand off. You'd be like, oh, I can't go. Oh man, where that plane at? That plane been gone. I'm like, bring me my plane back. They ain't never coming back. Say goodbye to your friends because it'll be a while before you see them again. You know, your parents be, oh, my son's this, oh, my son is that, oh, he was a good boy. Yep, he was a good boy, but he didn't know when to shut up and sit down and listen to grown folks when they talking. He said, Dag, Al on a roll tonight. Yep. But once again, I blame the parents because the parents don't do nothing, you know, but take up for them. They take up for them. You know, if they would act like they're supposed to be acting, these cops wouldn't be just pulling people over willy-nilly. And I'm not saying what y'all think I'm saying, but I'm just saying, if you got on a suit and tie and you're presentable, they don't pull over no Muslims. They don't pull over no Muslims. When was the last time you heard a Muslim man getting shot? No, he got on a suit and tie. And you know, if you shoot one of them, you got to kill all of them. You got to kill all of them. And you right, Lawana, arrest the parents. You know, whatever your child did, you should take the blame for it. You should go to jail too. Your weak ass should go to jail too. Anytime you can't control your child, like I said, I got a plane waiting. We can send them over to them third world countries and they teach them how to act. Or they come back, they won't have no hands or nothing. Send them over there. They want to fight so much, they want to shoot folks. Send them over there. Yep. I bet you they won't want to fight no more. They come back, there'll be a whole bunch of reverends and bishops and stuff coming back. They'd be like, nah, I ain't about that life no more. Mm-hmm. Yep. Like this one preacher I heard, he'd take the guttermost and make him the uttermost, you know. And that's it. That's what they need, you know. They know all the words to these whack ass rap songs, you know. It's like, hey, how about the Bible? How about how about Genesis to Revelations? How about that? I bet you don't know that one. Let me hum it to you. Yep, if they arrest enough of these parents, that'll be it. They come get your mama, you, oh, mama, I didn't mean that. Yep, okay. All right, Nigella. I ain't mean to do that, mama. Uh-huh, right. As they take her out in handcuffs and put her in an orange jumpsuit like R. Kelly. Legislator told me arrest the parents was very effective in Indiana. Do it. Right, if they can read. And that's just it. If you got young boys and they can't read, it's your fault. I'm sorry. If your boys can't read, then it's your fault. I got a 5-year-old granddaughter can read them under the table. And that's it. That is it. It is your fault if they can't read. It's nobody else's fault. Nobody. If they can't read, it's because you didn't teach them. You know, you got too many shows on TV. You got what? Sesame Street and the Electric Company and all that stuff. Yeah, I went there. You can't read. You're a fool if you can't. Thank you, Mr. Kendall. Much love, brother. Much love. If the kids can't read, it's your fault because it starts in the crib. It starts at home. You know, Channel 11 just didn't pop up for, entertainment or something. It's an educational channel. So if they start watching it at 2 and 3 years old, they ain't got no choice but to be a reader. They have no choice but to be educated. By the time they, grow up and find out, oh, all those times we was watching Mr. Rogers and Sesame Street and the Electric Company, and they was trying to teach us how to read, and Dora the Explorer, now you think that's all bogus and stuff, but you remember that stuff when you get older. Conjunction, junction, what's your function? Hooking up words and phrases and clauses. Yeah, I bet you remember that, won't you? But you know what it means when you get older. You won't be no fool. You won't be walking around with your pants hanging down. You be singing conjunction. I'm just a bill on Capitol Hill. Yep. But you'll remember that stuff. When you get older, oh yeah, everybody thinks it's lame. Oh, that's just so lame. All right. Yep, they think all that stuff is weak, Luana. Going to the zoo? Oh no. Planting flowers? Oh, that's some girly stuff. Oh yeah. But you stay out of trouble, don't you? I stayed out of trouble all day yesterday. I was in church. Can't go do no drive-by shooting at no church, can you? If you in church. But these goofies in church wanted to fight. Same song, different artists. The Implements. And look over your shoulder. Yes, the Implements. Before that, the Escorts. Same song, different artist on 1690 WVON, The Talk of Chicago, with your Dr. Al Greer. I heard this song on the way to work today on Sirius XM. I said, I'm going to play this one tonight. Here's Slave and Steal Your Heart on 1690 WVON, The Talk of Chicago, with your Dr. Al Greer, flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides on 1690 WVON. That's right. We need to demand Schoolhouse Rock. To tie them to a chair and watch them, make them watch it. Shout out to WTTW, ABC Saturday Morning Cartoons, and yeah, it was the best. It was considered retro entertainment. I mean, yeah, it was, but it still holds up to this day. It still holds up to this day. Leah says, I'm glad I can go ahead and say I alone raised myself, and very well. I got college degrees. My son got his bachelor's. My daughter got an associate's degree, and no kids. Also, and they're on their own place, doing their own thing, and that's just it. Luana said the thug dudes asked to plant flowers and to go to the zoo. That's why they're in the street. No one took them. I was at a funeral a couple of years ago. Well, actually, it was a memorial service for the late Frankie Knuckles, famous house DJ. And this guy was sitting behind me. And I never will forget what he said. He said, if it wasn't for house music, I'd be dead. I was like, excuse me? He said, yeah, Frankie Knuckles saved my life. I said, last night a DJ saved your life? He said, let me explain it. He said, there was a night that I was supposed to go out with my boys. We were supposed to do a drive-by, and they all got killed in the same car. In fact, the people that they were trying to ambushed them. He said, house music saved my life. You know where I was? He said, I was dancing to Frankie's music that night at the warehouse. It's a true story, y'all. He said Frankie Knuckles saved his life. House music saved his life. Because he wasn't about that life. And when he found out his boys got smoked, he was like, That's a sign. I wasn't supposed to be with them. I wasn't supposed to be there that night. So while they was gang banging and shooting and stuff, he said he was getting his sweat on to the disco of Frankie Crocker, to house music. I was like, my man, that had me in tears. That, not the death of Frankie Knuckles, because I knew him. He came up to Kennedy King, and that's when I met him, and that was what, almost 30, 40 years ago. But it was that testimony that the brother gave me behind me. He didn't know me from nobody. He didn't know me from anybody. And he said, man, he just said it out loud. He's like, man, Frankie Knuckles saved my life. I said, he'd take a bullet for you? What? What happened? So me and my boys were supposed to go out that night, on some stuff. He said, I decided that I was going to go and listen to Frankie play. And here I am today. I was like, wow, that was powerful. That was powerful to me. That meant everything. That was the whole reason that we celebrated Frankie, not just the music, but the movement. We're always, they're always talking about hip hop as a movement, hip hop as a culture. But I bet you nobody ever got shot listening to house music. Nobody ever broke into somebody's house while they was listening to some house music and said, oh, this is the house right here. Wait a minute. No, this is wrong house. They playing house in this house. They ain't playing no Cardi B, no Lizzo, or none of that garbage. They playing real music up in here. This ain't the place to shoot up. And that's it. This is not the place. Nobody ever got shot. Where did you ever hear somebody shooting up a party where they were playing house music? I'll wait. Did you think about it yet? Never. I don't know about you, but I've never heard anybody shooting up a place where they was listening to house music. Rap music, yeah, all the time, because they get agitated. That music agitates you to violence. I used to make rap CDs. Somebody give me a list, and I would find the songs, and I put them on the CD. And I come to bed, I'd be just as ratchet as you wanted to be. Move over, bitch. Let me in the bed. Like, it took me a while to unwind from listening to that stuff. Stop, drop, shut them down, open up shop. Oh, no, that's a Rough Riders roll. People want to die. People wonder why. People decide. Not saying anything bad about DMX, but
in the trial of the three,
it's songs incited you to it incites you to violence. that music. But when they say music soothes the savage beast, they say music does. Music, real music. You know, with strings and stuff. You know, with you know. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. Beautiful, you know that you can't you can't get in no fight if you're listening to that type of music. You know, so ooh baby, let's dance. Ooh yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, I like that. Oh yeah. You know, not this rap crap. It's just ridiculous. It's mindless music. You know, our parents said the same thing about our music. You know, they said the same thing about our music. It wasn't nothing. You know, my daddy hated James Brown. Oh, what is he saying? The nigga just screaming, ow, 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 good God, ow, 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 ow. I said, Daddy, you don't understand. You don't understand. James Brown is the king. He's the king of soul. He didn't like Ray Charles until my mama took him to see Ray Charles. Took him to see Ray Charles at the Erie Crown Theater. He came home singing Georgia, Georgia. He's like, thought you didn't like Ray Charles, huh? Because see, my daddy was a jazz buff, you know. Duke, Count, Prayers, all of that. Jug, yeah. Jimmy Smith, Gene Ammons, I just said Jug. Yeah, music.
From slavery and those who fought against it. That effort led to the unveiling of March to Freedom, which honors the black enslaved man who enlisted in the United States colored troops during the Civil War. I'm Terry McCready along with Ray Harris on your home for 24/7 News, the Black Information Network.
The talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON.
It's the morning show.
So your house was a blues house, but didn't nobody get hurt listening to Thrill Is Gone? Nobody get hurt, did they? Nope.
It's the morning show with Rufus Williams on the talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON.
You know, when you were a kid and grandma was playing Bobby Blue Bland, B.B. King, Tyrone Davis, and Johnny Taylor, wasn't nobody getting shot? Nobody shooting through the window when they was hearing, you know, if I could turn back the hands of time, when she's playing Al Green. You know, I'm so tired of being alone. You nobody get shot then? Nobody. The only thing they got drunk and fell out. That was it. They didn't get shot at.
WVON.
All right, okay, you won. You made it #1. VOA sounds so good, just like the sweeter should.
It's playing the 45s and playing the B-sides. It's Dr. Al Greer on 1690 WVON.
All right, y'all, I got to run to the bathroom. You all talk to each other, all right? I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. Plus, I can get some water, too. Okay. Nope. 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 About that text, changing the subject. What's that all about? I'm like, where is this coming from? I'm like, we never even discussed that. I'm like, that just came out of left field. I'm like, huh? What? You want me? You sure? Thought that was for somebody else, you know. Oh my. We was just talking about that too on the live. It's like these men don't respect women. They just don't. They don't know how to. Yeah, but first you say, okay, look, you know, you give the person their respect first, and then after that, if they are disrespectful towards you, then you just keep it moving. You keep walking. You keep, yeah, and that's it. You know, respect is not given, respect is earned. But what do I know? Oh well, I'm glad you like that one. But we'll discuss your text later when I get off. Yeah, off the air. Yeah, so we'll discuss that later. Adios.
See you tonight.
All right. Bye bye. Good night, Sheila Forrest. Fight the power. I said I wasn't going to say this because it's cheesy. There's nothing like a little ass to start off the next hour of B-Sides Power. Yeah, that's the name of the song, Ass. Okay, what were you thinking? It's called Ass, A-S. Like I said, ain't nothing like a little ass to start the second hour of this show, right? 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago with your Dr. Al Greer, flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides. Look it up if you think I'm lying. Y'all thought it was called Always, didn't you? Yeah. It's your Dr. Al Greer, flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides on the maestro, Barry White. I've heard people say that. That's the name of the song, Ass. Ass, A-S, as the sun rises, something, as the blue, and what did y'all think the name of the song was? Always? Because that's all he says. Always, always, yeah. It's called Ass, A-S. I ain't say nothing wrong. Look it up. Songs in the Key of Life. Name of the song is Ass. Comes right after. So you might not see a brighter star in my mind. Yep. That's the name of the song, Luana. It's not called Always. It's called Ass. If you look it up on YouTube, it will not come up as Always. It will come up as AS, Ass. Do your homework. That's why I'm on this side and you are on that side. I'm over here to educate. That's the name of the song. Don't be mad because you didn't know the name of the song. Al Kendall, thank you. You know, all the other songs, he said, till I reach my highest ground. You know the name of that one, you know. I was made to love her. That's the name of that song. But this one, he just says, as a son. And you all don't even know that that is the name of the song. He just simply called it Ass. Don't be mad. Don't be mad because y'all didn't know the name of the song. Oh, he just cussing on the air. Oh, he said ass. Yep, sure did. I just made a joke out of it. You know, which most folks, you know, when you what's the name of that song? What? For you not to see the brighter sun. I don't know what the name of that song is. I think you made that one up. I think you made it up. You're the one for me. Oh, there it is. Looking for my D-Train song. Anywho. But like we were talking about earlier, that whole rap thing, rap music. Rap music was not designed for that. It was not designed to agitate and make people go out and shoot folks. If you notice, if you go back to the history of hip hop music, it's defined as a rhythmic poetry over music. And that's what it is. Rhythmic poetry set to music. Rhythmic poetry set to music. Think about it. What is rap music? Poetry set to music in a rhythmic fashion. That's it. Oh, those are the words to the song. Yeah. Yeah. For you, there might be another star is the name of that song, which features George Benson. Yeah. Yes, I did my homework. Yeah. But it's poetry set in a rhythmic bass to music. It's not to agitate nor to make people go out and kill each other. That's what it is. It is what it is. Music soothes the savage beast, not drives you to violence. It just doesn't. So the next time somebody asks you about rap music, tell them, oh yes, Dr. Greer said that rap music is poetry set to music in a rhythmic form, to the beat of the music. It is not designed to go out and kill your fellow man. That's it. Think about it. You know, the next time you're at a party and people get unruly and get out of pocket, listen to what they're listening to. If you're laying down next to your man listening to some Barry White and he gets up and wants to go shoot somebody, then somebody hasn't done their job. Either you or Barry. I don't blame Barry. Barry mellows me out all the time. When he talking about playing your game, baby, your game, baby. It's ecstasy when you're laying down next to me. How can you get in a fight after you listen to that? How can you think about violence after you've listened to the Spinners talk about one of a kind love affairs? It's the kind of love that you dream about in a fairy tale. It's like the sun that shines on a rainy day. It's a cloud of love. How can you get up and go shoot somebody after you've heard that? Felipe and Bobby Smith crooning. It takes a fool to learn that love don't love nobody. You want to get up and go shoot somebody after that? You crazy. After The Secret Garden with Al B. Sure, James Ingram, El DeBarge, and Barry White, and you want to still go shoot somebody? You're a fool. Me, myself, it would cause me to want to lay back down and do some more and listen to some more of this music. You know, what'd you say this was, baby? That's Barry White, baby. Oh, okay. All right. Barry got a good beat to it. Yeah, And nobody gets hurt listening to Barry White songs or Spinner songs or the flip side of the Whisper songs. They got dancing and you got romancing. Let me lay my head upon your chest. Let me hear your heart beating beneath your breast. Now, if you want to go fight after that, go right ahead. Took yours to see Diana Ross, and nobody got trampled, did they? Nobody got hurt. Nobody got shot at. I'm sorry, you get shot at a concert, and they playing real music. Oh man, you're at the wrong concert. You're at the wrong concert. You in the wrong place at the wrong time. Yep, ain't nothing but love. It's all about love, yeah. Build yourself a true romance. Beauty that's around you, yeah. You deserve this one more chance. It's all about love, yeah. Let the light shine all through your mind. Feel your little heart aglow. Take the time, make up your mind. It's all about love, yeah. Talking to yourself is fine. Makes you feel much better. Know just where to draw the line. Oh, my dear, oh, yeah. Yeah, you don't want to fight after that. Not after not after Uncle Reeston said, would you mind if I touch, if I kiss, if I held you tight in the morning light? I don't know about you, but I wouldn't be ready to fight. Again, do you remember Mary Wilson and Mr. Telephone Man on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago? It's your Dr. Al Greer, flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides tonight on Atlantic Star. This is When Love Calls. Make sure you got your phone on, all right? It's your Dr. Al Greer on 1690 WVON. Yep. Catherine said, you are over the top this morning. I had to turn from my laptop. Well, that's what I do. This is, a part of entertainment, This is, if I just sat up here and just looked at you all, you'd be like, okay, the numbers would drop like they did. I was like up to 17 people at one time, and then I started talking about rap music and they got upset, I guess. I can't help you. I can't help you. If you like that type of music, I can't deal with it. Don't get me wrong. Tonight I was on on somebody's live. What's his name? Mike Love, and they were talking about the Wu-Tang Clan. I said, I ain't down. I ain't with the Wu-Tang thing. And somebody said, "You gonna learn tonight?" I said, "Y'all don't know who you talking to." I saw the documentary on the Wu-Tang Clan. I can tell you more about them than you can. You might be able to tell me their albums and what songs are your favorite or whatever, but you can't tell me the history. You can't tell me where they were recorded or anything else. Who the producers were. Yeah. Method Man, Old Dirty Bastard, all of them. Yeah, okay. What you gonna tell me about them? What can you tell me about ODB that I don't already know? What can you tell me about Method Man that I don't already know? The RZA. Tell me. Tell me. It's Dr. Al Greer, musicologist. That's it. Yep. Can't please everybody every time. That's right. Catherine said I went to pee. And Dad, girl. What'd you do? You had to whip it out or something? It take you that long to go pee? Mm-mm. But I'm just saying, Lawana, I'm just saying. The music of today is just not music of today. Because in 20, 30 years, we will not be singing no Lizzo songs. We won't even know who Nicki Minaj was. We just won't. You know, in a few years, we won't even know who these folks were. We just won't. But I bet you, I will bet you any amount of money, we'll still know who the Whispers, the OJs, the Isley Brothers, Kool and the Gang, Earth, Wind and Fire, Cameo. Did I say Ohio Players? We'll still know who they are. Because if your parents were any kind of parents, then you grew up listening to that. Your grandma listened to Johnny Taylor, B.B. King, Bobby Blue Bland, Tyrone Davis. If they didn't, then they weren't no kind of parents. If they didn't expose you to real music, our culture. I got a 5-year-old granddaughter. Her favorite song to me for us to sing to each other is "You Are So Beautiful." And you know she wasn't even born when that song came out. But she was born and I sang it to her. And she remembered it. And she'll remember it long after I'm gone. She'll still be singing it to her own kids. You are so beautiful. She said, my papa taught me that song. 12-year-old is a musicologist. His style is everything. And that's good. That is good. Real musicians like Jasmine Sullivan, India Ari, Jill Scott, Music Soul Child. Yeah. But LaWanna hit it on the head. Frankie Beverly and Mays, we are one. Because it had to start somewhere. Jill listened to somebody. Music Soul Child is channeling, I don't care what y'all say, Music Soul Child is channeling Donny Hathaway. There had to have been somebody to come before them for them to even want to go into music. Jasmine Sullivan. And they all credit listening to music like that growing up. They credit the old school people. Ask them, and I've done countless interviews on the New Jacks. And what do they always say? Well, my mom played this around the house. My mom made me listen to Minnie Riperton. My mama made me listen to Denise Williams. My mama made me listen to Aretha Franklin, Gladys Knight, and Dionne Warwick and Patti LaBelle. My mama made me listen to that. So it made me want to go into the business. It made me want to be a singer. Ask any one of the female singers that are out now, who was your inspiration? Who was your inspiration growing up? What did your parents play around the house? What type of music did you listen to? And they'll tell you. They will tell you. Everybody listened to somebody else. Whitney Houston grew up around Dionne Warwick. She grew up around Aretha Franklin. So she had no choice. It was in her blood that she was going to be like them. Dionne and Sissy Houston were part of the Drinkard Sisters, which was a gospel group. What did you think Whitney was going to do in her life? What did you think that she was going to, what profession was she going to go into? She going to be in nursing? No. Her mama sang behind Elvis. Need I say more? I ain't no big fan of Elvis. Don't get me wrong. I ain't no fan. Because every time I hear, oh man, Jackie Wilson is the black Elvis. No, Elvis was the white Jackie Wilson. Jackie was the one that was doing all of that stuff. He got that from Jackie Wilson. Whitney Houston's mama is Sissy Houston, who was part of the group The Sweet Inspirations, who were formerly known as the Drinkard Sisters, which was a gospel group. The Drinkard Sisters, which included Dionne and her sister Dee Dee Warwick. What did you think Whitney was going to grow up doing? She was going to follow in her mother's footsteps. She started out singing background. She sang backup for everybody before she even got an album deal. And they didn't want her to sing R&B music. Clive Davis said, no, you ain't gonna be no ninja artist. So they tried to stray away from black songs that were too black. And then they was complaining, oh, Whitney is a sellout. All she's singing about is, love, all these love songs, all these pop songs. Guess what? She didn't do an R&B album until they hooked her up with LA and Babyface. She even had songs produced by Kashif. But they were like, nope, this is where we want her to sound. Not all that gospel wailing. That didn't come until later. All that, fat backbeat. That didn't come to LA and Babyface. I'm your baby tonight. Before that, it was, hey, I want to dance with somebody. But that got her over. The white folks loved her. Black folks couldn't stand her, though. Tonight, we flip the 45s and play the B-sides on Atlantic Star. The nucleus of the group, the brothers David, Jonathan, and Wayne Lewis, of course, augmented with a lot of great musicians. Porter Carroll, who left the group to become a solo artist. He was the drummer. His biggest hits was called I See Your Picture on the Wall. It's Al Greer flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides on 1690 WVON with the boss, Diana Ross, and Telephone on 1690 WVON. Yep. Whitney is the daughter of Sissy Houston, one of the greatest background singers ever. She sang behind Elvis. She sang behind, you name it. She sang behind Luther. She sang on every Luther song ever made as a background vocalist. You mean to tell me Whitney wasn't going to be no singer when she grew up? You best believe it. You better believe it. One of Whitney's first songs was with Teddy Pendergrass, but it wasn't no big hit. Request, searching, change. You got it. Now, most people would not say that that was change. They would say, can you play Searching by Luther? Well, Luther didn't make it. Nope. Luther did not make that song. He sang on it, but it wasn't his. It was not his song. He was the featured artist on that song. I mean, you don't have to believe me. Look the album up. It'll say Glow of Love, Change. Luther name on the back. Not on the front, on the back. But later on, Luther got credited to the song, but it was not his song. Sorry. You know, you know, all the time y'all think, you know, I don't know what he's talking about. I read album covers, not CD sleeves. I read album covers. I can tell you when it was made, where it was made, and who made it. You know, I only go to Wikipedia to back up what I just told y'all, to make sure, yep, that was right, yep. Yep. This song is what broke Luther into a solo artist. It was and it wasn't. Luther sang background for Roberta Flack and David Bowie. He sang on every commercial jingle you could imagine, and wrote Kentucky Fried Chicken, We Do Chicken Right. Luther wrote it. Luther wrote it. Luther was already an established background singer. He already had money. Luther was already rolling in dough before he even hit the scene with Never Too Much. Remember the album Bionic Boogie featuring Greg Diamond? No, you don't. You probably don't. Luther sang on a song called Hot Butterfly. It was credited to a group called Bionic Boogie, which was a studio band featuring Greg Diamond. Luther's name was on the back on the cover. Featured artist, Luther Vandross. It wasn't Luther's song. He sang Papillon before Chaka Khan sang it. Chanson Papillon. Sang that before Chaka even got a chance to sing it. Now you know. But Luther was an artist way before Never Too Much. They didn't sign him until the 80s to Sony Records. They didn't sign him till the 80s. But throughout the 70s, he was touring with David Bowie and Roberta Flack. Roberta Flack fired him. She said, "You were just too good." She said, "You're fired." in a nice way, but you're fired. Now get out there and do it for yourself. She was the one that told him he had to leave. He opened one time for David Bowie and he bombed. He bombed. He just flat out bombed. He did. He bombed. And after that, once he got off over his stage fright, that was it. You couldn't keep him off. You couldn't keep him off the stage after that. Luther was your first ever concert. My first ever concert was James Brown at the Amphitheater downtown on Congress. That was my first concert. I was 13 years old, just graduated from grammar school. That was my first concert. I couldn't believe that I was sitting there, front row center. No, uh, 3 rows from the center. I couldn't believe it that I was sitting there and James Brown came out with his 5'2" ass with them big bell bottoms on and them platforms, and he came out there with his hair processed, and they opened the curtain, man, and them brothers was up there swinging their horns with them capes on. I was like, that's the MF and JBs. I lost my mind. I didn't go to a Luther concert until later on. I saw Luther at the Every Crown Theater. Sure did. And I got a newfound respect for Luther, because when Luther was on stage, he was just as powerful as James Brown. You had to watch his cues. Luther wasn't no punk. He might have been, Tinkerbell, but he was a bad Tinkerbell. That's why they talk about him as being a Lucifer, and he was a perfectionist. Once he knew what it was supposed to sound like on stage, that's the way it was. All the best musicians wanted to play with Luther. He had some of the best, not only studio musicians, but live playing musicians. And he had some of the same musicians on the albums, on the records, who, went with him. His musical director was Nat Adderley Jr. It don't get no better than that. Nat Adderley Jr., the son of Nat Adderley, who is the brother of Cannonball Adderley. It don't get no better than that. It's a musical family. How can you go wrong? Really? How can you go wrong? Nat Adderley Jr. Luther didn't take no stuff. Don't miss no note. He might not have been an Ike Turner and find you, but it was like you hear about it after the concert. But he didn't have that problem because he had some of the best musicians playing behind him. So there was no problem. There was no qualms about it. He was a bad man, and that's it. Luther was the man. Now, it's I didn't agree with his lifestyle, but that's just like with R. Kelly. You got to put the personal stuff to the side. All that personal stuff that he did, but listen to the music. Just block all of that goofiness out that he did. you know, hypnotizing women and all that stuff. You know, you got to put that to the side. It's like, listen to the music. You know, Luther couldn't read or write music, but he could write it. He couldn't read it. He couldn't read notes, but he could write lyrics. And you all thought that the first version was done by New Edition, didn't you? That's Junior Tucker. The song is produced by the same guy, of course, Ray Parker Jr. That is Mr. Telephone Man, the original. Before that, New Edition and their version of Mr. Telephone Man, led by Bobby Brown, also produced by Ray Parker Jr. That's right. It's your Dr. Al Greer, flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides on 1690 WVON. Here's your request for Change, featuring Luther Vandross. This is Searching on the B-sides on 1690 WVON. Yep. Luther had some of the best concerts ever. I mean, you would leave a Luther concert and you didn't want to go home and do no drive-by. You don't want to go home and beat your wife or something like that. Luther put you in the mood. You know, excuse my language, but he didn't like booty. Well, he liked booty, but he didn't like vagina. So he was just helping the guys out. It's like, okay, once you get home, it's like Luther was like, I've already done the work for you. You know, Luther was just a fluffer. Once you left the Luther concert, sometimes you wouldn't even make it out the parking lot before you was in the back seat. Girl, I am not meant to live alone. Turn this house into a home. When I climb the stairs and turn the key, please be there. Saying that you're still in love with me. Yep. Whitney Houston, she ain't dusty enough. I might play one Whitney Houston, but that's the early ones. But you got to think, our music as opposed to their music, there is no comparison. There's absolutely no comparison. You know, once you leave, you know, a concert where they played real music all night, the last thing you want to do is go home and beat somebody's ass. You know, that's just something you just don't want to do. He said, definitely tough tonight. Hey, I'm sorry. It is what it is. You know, I'm just trying to drop some knowledge. I'm just trying to drop some science on you all. So you all don't go out like, you know, well, you know, Luther's first song was Never Too Much. It was. Once he signed a contract to be Luther, but he had a whole group out before he even sang, before he was even signed to what is it, Epic CBS Records. He was on Cotillion Records. He did an album that never it got released. He was so embarrassed by it, he bought the album and never released it again. He bought it so the company could not re-release it. And the name of the album was just simply called Luther. And Luther was the name of the band. The whole band was called Luther. And he made a whole album. And it was released. And it did absolutely nothing. He was so embarrassed, he begged the record company, please, can I buy this back? So y'all never release it again? And they did. They gave it to him. Yep, they gave it to him. They said, okay, you can have it back. Yep, his first album came out in 1976. His first album by himself was called Luther, and it came out in 76. This was long before Never Too Much and I Got Your Love. No need to look no further. Way before that. The singles that were released from the album, It's Good for the Soul, Funky Music is a Part of Me, and The Second Time Around. The only song that they ever re-released off of that album was Second Time Around. Love can be better, so much better, the second time around. He re-released it. That was the only one he did that he let go because he owned the rights to it. He's like, okay, we'll re-release this one because it was one of the best songs he made off of that album. And also, let me tell you this. Remember the movie The Wiz? I'll give you all a few minutes to remember that. He wrote a song for The Wiz, which wasn't actually in the original movie or the original Broadway play. The name of the song was called Everybody Rejoice. Everybody Rejoice. Does it sound familiar? How about this? Can you feel a brand new day? Can you feel a brand new day? Quincy heard it and said, let's put that in the movie. Yeah, let's make a whole dance sequence out of that movie, out of that song. Luther wrote that. Everybody Rejoice. Or known as A Brand New Day. Luther wrote it. Yep, and it was included in the not only the movie, but the original Broadway play. They loved it. They like, oh, well, we got it. Yeah, okay. And that rhythmic style that he did, he took that and did Glow of Love, and he took that and made Never Too Much. That rhythmic, yeah. Nobody was doing that before. Luther did it. See, y'all learned something tonight, didn't you?
Of the nation. We are 1690 AM WVON, Berwyn, Chicago.
I'm Vanessa Tyler.
And I'm Mike Stevens on your home for 24/7 news, the Black Information.
Yep. Woo! Can you feel a brand new day? And of course, the song was credited to Diana Ross and Michael Jackson. Sure was. But now we know who the writer was on it. Once again, Luther was making money long before he became a solo artist. He was already making money as a background singer. Yep. Y'all don't know. Luther was bad before then. Luther was already established. It was like somebody suggested that he perform his own songs.
A 34-year-old boyfriend who they said.
You know, it was the same with Barry White. He wrote his songs for other people to sing. And somebody was like, why don't you do your own songs? Oh man, you know, nobody want to hear this voice. And that was it. You know, it wasn't until someone suggested that he do his own songs that he became a singer. Luther never would have thought of a solo career had he not been fired by Roberta Flack. She told him to get out of here. Go do your own songs.
So sweet and so innocent, and shows so much love from the heart. A big hug right back to you, Shannon.
For more on these stories and international, national, state, and local news affecting the Black community, listen to the Black Information Network on the iHeartRadio app or log on to BINnews.com.
I'm Vanessa Tyler with Mike Stevens on your home for 24/7 news, the Black Information Network.
The Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON.
The warning signs of breast cancer are not the same for everyone. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Move up. Schedule your mammogram today.
Recently on the Midday Show, Perry Small talked with Mary J. Blige about the importance of breast cancer screenings.
I think the most common message about getting a mammogram, the thing people always say is that, oh, it hurts really bad. And it doesn't. It's just a little uncomfortable. The thing is, you got to get a little discomfort now than to be laid up in the hospital with 3 weeks to live because you know you had it. Silence is deadly in this case. If you find a lump, if you find anything, get some help. Talk to somebody because you're still a strong woman, but you can't be a strong woman if you're not healthy.
It's Midday Madness with Perry Small on 1690 WVON.
Live from the Xfinity Studios at WVON. The Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON.
You're among friends. wins today. WVON's musical bouquet goes to good company anywhere.
This is Darlene Hill, and you're listening to the B-Sides with Dr. Al Greer on 1690 BON.
Yep. Yeah, Luther didn't want to sing his own songs. He was like, nah, I'll let somebody else do those. Roberta Flack said, you better get out there and sing your own songs. Can't nobody do your songs better than you. Mm-mm. Hold the key. Yep. Play some Earth, Wind, and Fire. Okay. Sure. Life ain't a four-leaf clover. Recorded right here in Chicago, The Emotions and Flowers, which features Earth, Wind, and Fire in the background. So this one from the same album, recorded right here in the Chi, not far from here on 23rd in Michigan. It's your Dr. Al Greer on 1690. Baby's coming over. Mm-mm. And to beat the baby butt. Mm-mm. What you do to me?
Calvin, this is Sergeant Bubba Skinner, Officer Parker Williams, and Officer Lonnie Jameson. How do you do? That's a real nice little town here. Hey. I walked around on my way from the drugstore. I always liked to walk. 16 of my 33 years was on the beat, wearing out shoe leather. You tell. Calvin, I know you're dying to get home and see our face. Why not just run you on home? First, take your medicine, boy. I can't stand seeing you in so much pain. Well, go on, boy. Take that medicine.
Mm-mm. Oh, Lord. Don't want to lose your love. Lose your love. of the my dear. Think things over. Down. Fame. Oh, I thought they had shut me off. I remember VON played that back in the day. David Bowie and Fame on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. Dr. Al Greer flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides tonight on Atlantic Star, who are only known for their slow jams, you know, stuff like Send for Me and Let's Get Closer. They also did some nice mid-tempo songs like this one, Secret Lovers, on 1690 WVON, flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides with your Dr. Al Greer. To be all alone. Ooh, Lord. Y'all still with me? Make some noise. Mhm. You're there? Okay, Leah Shores. It's a fragile situation. Mhm. Really? Oh, no wonder. Thank you, Leah. Do. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. For always. Ugh. for always. Can you play your girl Phyllis Hyman? Nope, absolutely not. No. That's where I draw the line. No Phyllis on this show. No. Nope. No. Anything but Phyllis, because I won't be able to get through the first bars of the song. Soon she starts singing, I was just a rider on the storm. I'd be like, I'm already crying. I miss Phyllis too much. Too much. I miss her and I love her. Come around. Yep. When Phyllis died, people were calling me, talking about giving me their condolences. Gerald said, play it, play it. Y'all want to see me cry if I play some Phyllis, boy. It's a done deal. If I play some Phyllis, there's going to be some crying up in here. One of the first songs that they made to cross over to pop. Atlantic Star and Always Forever. It's your Dr. Al Greer, flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides. Good morning to Leah Shores, also to Captain Daryl Owens and Lori Howard. Thanks for checking in. On Facebook, you can do so as well. All you got to do is send me a friend request on Facebook at Al Greer. That's Al, Greer. But first of all, you got to make your own profile on Facebook, all right? Here's Stevie on the B-sides. Captain Daryl Owens, what's going on? Good early morning love. That's what Lou was talking about. The early morning love. Lori, I am good and getting better. I wasn't feeling well earlier today, so I decided I wasn't going to push myself. So, yeah, I was like, my head was hurting all day. Yesterday, I was at church all day. And they had a funeral and a repast. Well, I had to, play music and, set up equipment for the repast. Well, they had to go to the cemetery first. So I had to wait for them to get back. So needless to say, the wake and the funeral were at 10. Well, I didn't get out of there till like 5:30. So that was the whole day. That was like a whole day's work, with no pay. And it was, it was at the church. So when I got home, I couldn't do anything but go to sleep. So the next day I was just tired. I was just beat, I had a headache all today. And, not much sleep. So I finally got some sleep this evening. And I slept all the way till it was time for me to, get up and come here. But I think I missed my alarm a couple of times. That's how tired I was. So I decided, I wasn't going to push myself. I'm just not. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. It's not worth me losing my life over worrying about stuff. Just not going to do it. I'm just not. That's just some crazy foolishness. Just not going to do it. So that's it. I'm going to continue to take better care of myself. My diet has changed. I don't eat a lot of fried stuff. On the weekends, I cheat a little bit. I have some, fried fish or whatever, Well, Leah, let me take that back. I got some money for being there all day. I got some money. But for what I had to do, I played drums, I set up sound, and I was there the whole day. So, my pastor did compensate me. But, for a 4-hour gig, I normally get anywhere from $250 to $500 for a 4-hour gig. So you all do the math. I was at church all day. I was on the clock all day. So, needless to say, I was at church all day. I did get paid, but like I said, when I do a gig, it's like $350 and up for a gig, for a party to DJ for 4 hours. I was there from 9:30 until 5:30. I played drums, I set up sound, everything. But my pastor is my brother, and I love him. But I'm sure that the caterers and security got more money than I did. I'm pretty sure they got more money than I got. I'm just saying, they got more money than I got. I'm sure our musician got more money than I got. Security, yeah, you're like, what? Security? Oh, let me tell you, Lori, you weren't here earlier when I was talking about them fighting in the church and cussing back and forth. Keep my name out your MF and mouth. I'm like, we're in church. We're in church. And they were hollering back and forth at each other. Talking about hold me back, let me go, all of that stuff. I'm like, we're in church. Ain't none of that here. Y'all take that across the street, in the parking lot, around the corner. We don't do that up in there. We had security at the church, Lori. Security. One was it was Jim Shue, it was Mr. Chef, the other guy, I forgot his name, Willie Lump Lump, and one more guy. So we had like 4 security guards at a church, at a funeral. Lady G, that wore me out. So when I left here yesterday morning, I went to Lady G's house and I crashed. She had made some pasta for me, but I wasn't even up to eat anything. I was like, I went to sleep. I was knocked out. I woke up at 12 to go home, after my cousin had been calling me. I'm like, are you okay, cuz? Because I didn't come home. I'm like, okay. What was that all about? So I went home, but it was after like 12 o'clock when I finally got up. And I was still tired, but I pressed on. I went home, I changed clothes, and I went straight to the gym. And then I went to my other job, big time menswear out in River Oaks. Shameless plug, I know. And my sister, who was on earlier, she was like, "You left too early." I said, "I know, sis. I wanted to stay, but I just wasn't. My head was hurting. I tried to eat something, and I thought, okay, once I eat something, I'll feel better. But once I ate something, I felt like laying down, and that was it. And that's all I wanted to do, was lay down and go to sleep. But I had to eat something, as a diabetic, So, as a diabetic, I had to lay down and eat. Well, not lay down and eat, but I had to eat something and then lay down. And my thing is, you always know what your body is doing. If you listen to it, it'll tell you what's wrong. So if I'm shaking and sweating, I know my blood sugar is low. If I'm dizzy, then I know my blood pressure is high. So that's how you know. You listen to what's going on. Blood sugar too low, I'm shaking and sweating. Blood pressure too high, I'm headachy and dizzy. So that was it. Like I said, I went to Lady G's house. I got up with a headache. I was like, okay. And I couldn't find my, I usually carry a leave, right? And I couldn't find it. So I said, okay, well, once I drink some coffee, I'll feel better. The coffee didn't even do it. So, I went to the dollar store. Yeah, I go to the dollar store. And I got me some, some generic. No, I didn't. I take that back. I went to Walgreens and I got some generic Aleve, the gel caps, where I only take one of those. Because if I had taken 2, I'd have still been asleep now. But I went ahead and took that, and I felt a lot better. Why didn't you say something? I had some Aleve. Because Lady G, I thought that I could, I could deal with it. Normally I can deal with it. It's not that bad. But I was driving with a headache, which was dangerous. But I wasn't really thinking, because I was like, okay, just let me get to 89th and Stony and get my coffee. Once I got my coffee, I should be straight. But then I went to the gym, and I couldn't fully work out because my head was hurting. I thought once I got on the treadmill, my blood pressure would go down. It did, but not to the point where, you know, I could do anything, you know, on the weights and all that stuff. Because, you know, normally I'm on 2 different machines, 3 different machines, whatever. The chest press and the this and this thing, and you know, doing the sit-ups and all that stuff. And you know, usually I do like maybe 15-20 minutes on the treadmill. So I couldn't. And then I went up to big time trying to work, and I couldn't. And you know, once again, I apologize to my sister for not staying. She gonna tell me tomorrow what happened, or today what happened. So I'm good. So. That song appeared on Shaka Khan's solo album, written or co-written by Ashford and Simpson. That is I'm Every Woman. Before that, Whitney Houston, whose video included a pregnant Whitney Houston and Shaka Khan. I'm Every Woman. Same song, different artist on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. It's your Dr. Al Greer, rockin' steady with Daryl Owens, Lady G, Lori Howard, and the Whispers on 1690 WVON. Daryl said, you don't know what you need. What? But, you know, check out your page. Okay. But, you know, once again, I didn't feel well. I was like, okay, let me, you know, just chill. So once I did, you know, my head felt better, you know, after I took the drugs. And of course, you know, I ain't gonna lie, I smoked me some weed. And that relaxed my head even more. I took 1 gel cap and 1 puff of the pipe, and I was good. So I was cool. I was cool after that. But I'm not going to push myself like I did. You know, I saw some work in my email that I was going to do at 5 o'clock when I get off the air. It's like, I'm going to do what I normally do, and that's to, you know, crash on the couch, get up, and drive back home. You know, I'm not going to push myself to do any work. I'm off tomorrow. And, you know, I'll just worry about whatever when I get back to work on Thursday. And that's it. Otherwise, I'm not going to push myself to do anything. You know, unfortunately, and I hate to say this, this is how I got this job. It's because the guy before me, he pushed himself to the point where, you know, he passed on. But he didn't listen to the signs. He didn't listen to his body. So that was it. So that's how he made his transition. So ain't nobody to take over this show. So I'm gonna keep it as long as I can. You know, I'm gonna keep it as long as I can, and I'm not going to, you know, try to jump through no hoops for this little money. I'm just not. You know, I am. Yeah. Sometimes you just have to slow down. You have to, you know. I mean, if they fire me, I'm gonna make more money sitting at home anyway. And I can concentrate on my radio station and do that and make money as well. and I'll just take the B-sides and put it on my station and do it from 12 to 5 on my station. So it's not really a big deal. You know, I've been in radio since I was a kid. So, and I've been fired from many stations. I was working for one station. Yeah, your job ain't worth going into bad health. You're absolutely right. I was doing one station. It was a community station, WSSD. Remember that station in South Shore? Well, the people who owned the station got mad at me one night because, you know, I had to find somebody to fill in. And the person that I sent there, they were like, "Oh, we don't like him," and this, that, and the other. I said, "Well, you know," his name was Ed Hogan. I said, "Well, Mr. Hogan is very capable of playing music on this station, and he's doing it as a favor to me." And they were mad. They were mad. They were so mad they went down to the station. They asked him to leave, and they cut the station off. I knew right then and there I was fired. I'm like, "Oh well," wasn't getting paid no way, and I was the station manager. So I'm like, "Cool, I'm done." So I was laying in the bed listening to Ed Hogan, and all of a sudden the station went off the air. I guess they went up there and turned it off. I was like, "I don't get no, that's your station. You want to just turn it off because you couldn't find nobody else to fill in?" And I did. Okay. I was like, "Cool beans. Cut it off. It ain't mine." You know, I got fired out in Gary for talking about the city. They got mad at me then. They replaced me, and then the station ended up going off the air. What else did I do? Oh, out in at Johnson Station, 106.3. Same thing. They fired me. Johnson sold the station. Everybody got fired. You know, including the general manager who fired me. So everybody got fired. So I was like, "Oh well." So you know, it's just radio. I as much as I love radio, I mean, I love it to death. You know, radio's been the only woman I've had since, and that all started when I was a kid. Radio has been my mistress. You know, my father used to put a radio in my bed under the pillow so that I would go to sleep. I was lulled to sleep by music, and I cannot go to sleep in total silence unless I'm totally tired, unless I'm worn out, unless I'm, and I see people who are my age or younger, and they look like they're my age and older. I'm like, I'm not trying to be like that. You know, one of them works here, and I ain't gonna say who it is, but you know, but you can get old if you want to. Not me. I'm not going out like that. I'm fighting it tooth and nail. I am. You know, there's this guy named Stoney Jackson. Stoney's got to be like in his 70s, but he is he's in great physical health. He's a stepper. You know, he's very active. He's a trainer and everything else. I'm like, yeah, I want to be like him. And he's a model. I want to be like him when I grow up. You know, I'm not trying to, you know, I ain't trying to, wear myself down for nobody. You know, nobody station nowhere, no how. Not gonna do it. I'm gonna go home and get some sleep. Get up, go back to the gym. but in with a better frame of mind and in, you know, better shape. So saltpeter. Johnny Guitar Watson on 1690 WVON, the Talk of Chicago, with your Dr. Al Greer, flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides is what we do nightly here on the Talk of Chicago. Coming up, more from the Jackson 5, also Jimmy Hughes, the Whispers, the Dramatics, the Dells, and of course tonight's spotlight artist, Atlantic Star, right here on 1690 WVON, the Talk of Chicago with your Dr. Al Greer, flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides at 1690 WVON. 591-1690 is our number. You can hit me up on Facebook. We're doing Facebook Live right now at Al Greer. That's Al, Greer. You can also reach me on StreamYard and YouTube. All you got to do is type in my name, Al, Greer. It's the Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON, flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides. Here's Brother Jack McDuff, a little help from Joe Dukes, and the great George Benson. This is Soulful Drums. I knew you was going to ask me that. Absolutely. I brought it to work with me. Yep, I brought the food with me, baby. Absolutely. It's in the refrigerator right now. Right here. Yep, I brought it to work. I didn't want to come home and to an empty dish. Like, what happened to my food? You know, she already ate my hoagie. Yep, she already got me for my hoagie. So I was like, wait a minute now. Yep, this way I get to regulate it. The regulator.
Tribune original product, but if not, there's the flexibility of what we're calling mixing and matching.
Speaking on ABC's This Week, the chief White House medical advisor says it really comes down to what's available and the overall health of the person getting vaccinated. Dr. Fauci says the data looks like kids 5 to 11 should be eligible to get vaccinated against COVID-19 sometime next month. He also defended his recent testimony before Congress when he told lawmakers that COVID-19 could not have been created in a lab. Fauci said it would be impossible for the research that was being done to turn into the deadly virus.
An Ashland resident has filed a federal lawsuit against Ashland, Oregon, its police department, and Providence over her alleged forced catheterization stemming from an encounter with a police officer 2 years ago. Attorneys representing 64-year-old Lise Behringer filed the suit, alleging counts of conspiracy to violate civil rights, as well as violation of the 4th and 14th Amendments. Her attorney says Behringer was pulled over for a suspected DUI and transported to the police station after being unable to submit a breathalyzer test because she was on an oxygen tank. The lawsuit states Behringer agreed to take a urine sample at police headquarters, but later refused to take the test in front of the male officer.
An apparent military coup is underway in Sudan. The African nation's prime minister.
What you said, that's a smart move. Oh yeah, you should have seen me. I had like 3-4 bags with me. I had my bag of M&Ms. I bought her own M&Ms, so I have mine. It was like 2 for $7. The really big bags of M&Ms. So I had my M&Ms. I had my my sandwich that I had earlier. I got a chicken Philly from the mall from River Oaks. So I brought that. It was cut in half because it was so big. So I ate one half there at River Oaks, and I ate the rest when I got here, along with my my pasta. So I still got it in the refrigerator. So if I get hungry later on, I'm gonna eat some more of that. Unfortunately, we didn't have any silverware.
The Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON.
Very small.
I didn't hear on that. Yeah, I didn't bring any cutlery. Now, at the other radio station, we got a whole bag of plastic knives and forks. Here,
because when we have to pull off, we don't move on. If Willie Wilson sound like he's a Negro slave, so we didn't vote for him. But he's worth $50 million, self-made millionaire. So I mean, we got
a good man, and a good man,
and a man of God,
and a man of yes, indeed.
Giving out of his pocket, but we chose Rahm Emanuel over Willie Wilson. So that's on us.
We're sick.
She's Perry Small. Weekdays at 9 a.m. on the Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON.
The most common signs of breast cancer is a change in the look or feel of the breast. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Boob up. Schedule your mammogram today.
Live from the...
Nope, one too salty. As a matter of fact, I'm about to eat some now that you mentioned it.
The Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON.
Put your hands on the radio, baby. Tell you where it sounds real good. WVON with soul power all the way.
He has a degree in bestiology. It's Dr. Al Greer with the B-sides on 1690 WVON.
All right, yeah. Ho-ho! It jumped out. There we go. All right, let's find something over here. Let's do this. Then we do this. Man, what the hell just happened? Let me see now. Oh, man. Messed up. All right, just give me a song. Shoot. All right. Dang it. James Brown. Any song. Anything by James Brown. Oh God. By James Brown.
I got the feeling.
My computer just went blank for some strange reason. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I saw the jumbo shrimp. The jumbo. Rula. That's why it's always good to have more than one computer. It just went blank. I'm like, okay, let me get out of that. I'm like, what was that? It's like I hit the button and it just went bloop like that, you know. Yep, these computers, I tell you. Uncle Richard used to always say one of these days all the computers were just going to go on strike. $16.90 WVON, the talk of Chicago. I don't know what happened to my computer. All of a sudden, the screen went blank. But that's why you have a backup. I always carry a spare, you know what I'm saying? So Dr. Al Greer flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides on The Godfather, ×2. Baby, baby, baby. Mm. I'm back. Leah Shores. I'm back. I'm actually eating with a knife. Mm. Nothing like home cooking, y'all. Do you really? Forgot to put a fork in there. That's okay. It's okay. I can use 2 knives and make chopsticks. You know. Yeah, but I wish I had somebody to cook for me on a regular basis. I'd be like, some healthy food. Not to say this isn't healthy, but oh well, one day. One day I'll find somebody. Yeah, it is delicious. It really is. She used angel hair pasta. Angel hair pasta and big old shrimp. Baked chicken, broccoli, etc. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah, that was good. That's what I'm talking about. Yummy. Even though I had to eat it with a knife, it's still good. I have a secret ingredient I use in my shrimp pasta, Alfredo. Oh, okay. Well, your secret is safe with me. But yeah, that was good. Again. Yeah. Woo! Much better. Oh, absolutely. It was yummy. Absolutely. Yep. That was better than White Castles, I'll tell you. Although I might still get some White Castles when I leave here because, White Castle is right by the house. So, before I cross over, I got to land in Dalton and then go to Calumet City. So, White Castle is like right there. So, I know. Guilty pleasure, I know. What'd you say? Don't talk about White Castle. You, please. I still love me some double cheeseburgers. I swear. I'll be making my comfort foods: chili, oxtail stew, pot roast, chicken and noodles, etc. Sounds good to me. Just let me know. Just save me some leftovers. Yeah, especially when you do the oxtails. Let me know. You can't eat it. You can't get enough oxtails. Oxtails are like neck bones. You can't get it's not enough meat on them. Oxtail. Yeah, that's it. You know, unlike catfish tails, it's a lot of meat on catfish tails. It's just something about catfish. I don't know what it is, but catfish tails, you got to cook them longer, and they just catfish tails and fillets. Oh Lord, woo! Let me stop if I get hungry again. I'll treat you right. Come on now. The pride and joy of Harvey, Illinois, the Dells, and I Miss You on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. Your Dr. Al Greer flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides. They have had several lead singers, Barbara Weathers, Sharon Bryant, and a young lady by the name of Portia Martin. They still perform to this day and have such a great sound, I tell you. I was happy to have met Wayne Lewis, one of the brothers in the group. Here's Am I Dreaming on 1690. With you, too good to be true. Am I dreaming? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why are peanut M&Ms so addictive? You can't just eat one. That's a good question. I'm on my second bag of peanut M&Ms. Yep. Don't ask me. I don't know. I don't know. They're just so damn good. They are just so good. I cannot tell you. But those, I mean, you know, I of course I eat them for a purpose, because if my blood sugar is running low, then I will, pop a few M&Ms. But next thing I know, I'm at the bottom of the bag. I bought 2 bags and almost done with 1 bag. I know, they're so good. Oxtails. Ooh, Lord. Oh, my goodness. No, it isn't. Oh, fuck. Excuse me. Sorry. My bad. I just want a better view. Love them is mouth watering, and for some, and trust and believe I'll be cooking some more before the week is over. Well, Lori, hey, yeah, I'll be over your house to eat too. This universe will pass, baby. Let's get closer to these M&M's, baby. Speaking of M&M's, yeah, buddy. Resealable too. Ooh, Lord. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I know, right? Yummy. These were like $7. It was like $7 for 2 bags. So I got my cousin a bag too. She had asked me about M&Ms. I'm like, what is this thing with the M&Ms now? You know? But you said now you want some. Hey, go to the 24-hour Walgreens on 86. 2 for $7. Can't beat it. Mm-mm. You got a bag in the kitchen? Mmm. Mm-mm. Yummy. Can't stop eating them. Mm. The nucleus of the group, of course, the Lewis brothers, David and Wayne Lewis, who wrote all of those beautiful songs that you are listening to tonight, right here on 1690 WVON, the Talk of Chicago. It's your Dr. Al Greer, flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides with a big bag of peanut M&Ms right by my side. 591-1690 is my number. What's yours? Give me a call right here on 1690 WVON, the Talk of Chicago. Here's the Dance Band letting it whip on the B-sides. Don't go, Lori. Don't go. Don't go, Lori. Don't go. So let me whip you. You get closer to you. Let me whip you. No, no. Don't go, Lori. Don't go. All right, that's enough. Gotta know when to get rid of them. Whip it all night. back in your heart. One more chance. I'm gonna love you, baby, baby, baby. I want you back. Same song, different artists. The Jackson 5, I Want You Back. And of course, David Ruffin and his version of I Want You Back on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. It's your Dr. Al Greer, flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides, reminding you if you have not been vaccinated yet, what are you waiting for? Make sure you do so, because most places that you go to, you can get both vaccinations. Which one are you talking about, Al Greer? Your COVID vaccination and your flu vaccination. You got to get both because flu season is coming up. So why not be doubly protected, right? Right? Makes sense. Here's David Joseph on the B-sides.
name is Tami, and I would like to give.
Only a man with one heart to be, silently holding my love within, and hoping in time I'll quietly find your love, your love.
All right. They want to stop there.
That show you're obsessed with? It's on Philo. The one with the interiors that make you say,
Ooh, if I play that, they're going to lose their minds. With you, I come alive.
I'm Vanessa Tyler.
And I'm Mike Stevens on your home for 24/7 News, the Black Information Network.
Hi, everybody.
Former President Obama out to save the world from the devastation of climate change. Obama says we can see the impact all around us.
You see it in the reports about 100-year floods, or record-breaking wildfires, or severe droughts. Many of you are feeling the effects of climate change every day.
Now we have to act. Obama was the keynote speaker for a global special titled Dear Earth. Also taking part, climate activists and even Pope Francis.
For Americans worried the next knock on the door could be marshals with orders to evict, comes word 75% of the federal funds to assist renters still have not been distributed at the local level. The Hill reports the federal government dispersed $46 billion to local states and local entities, and even put an urgent on the money, since the Supreme Court would not allow a moratorium extension. But many renters are still waiting for help to get to them, and more importantly, to their landlord.
They are still picking the jury in the case of the 3 white men accused of murder in the death of black jogger Ahmaud Arbery. Arbery, who had dreams of being an electrician like his uncles, was killed in February 2020. The defendants are an ex-cop and his son, Greg and Travis McMichael, and their neighbor, William Roddy Bryan, who videoed the deadly encounter.
94% of people believe company culture is important to an organization's
Personal
success.
crisis between the black
Frankly, I have no
Richmond,
idea what the
California
other
police
should
chief and her daughter.
You know,
was
usually when
put to a
people look
head
up ways
with a
to
restraining
culture, they
order
look for
to
best
Lisa French
practices.
and her
The best
husband, who
practices
is
are
a
good.
sergeant on
They're
the
even
Oakland
better
police
when you
force.
put them
Both
best
agreed to stay
practices.
away from their
Since
18-year-old
Bandboy was
daughter
founded,
for
we've
2
looked for
years.
principles
Black
we
chief,
believe
who's
will
on
make our
leave,
people
is
and in
accused of
turn our
assaulting her daughter.
culture better.
Say her
And we
parents
found
put
company
in her
culture
daughter as being
formulas
sex
that
trafficked
work.
by
And
her
we've crammed it all
34-year-old
into
boyfriend, who
the
they
definitive.
say is a pimp.
Want a quick check of your COVID status before going out? The Biden administration wants to make it easier to just grab a test at the drugstore and do it yourself.
There weren't very many available over the counter. You can still get a test, but it had to go to a lab, which took time to get results, to getting them now over the counter where you get results very quickly at home.
Health Secretary Javier Becerra says the plan is to make at-home tests plentiful and reliable, providing peace of mind as we move indoors and approach the holiday gathering season. Even in the time of COVID, with their masks on, one little black boy can't stop the love. Shannon Wells gives such good hugs at the end of the school day that he's known in his Charlottesville, Virginia kindergarten class as the hugger-in-chief. His principal says it's so sweet and so innocent and shows so much love from the heart. A big hug right back to you, Shannon.
For more on these stories and international, national, state, and local news affecting the black community, listen to the Black Information Network on the iHeartRadio app or log on to BINnews.com.
I'm Vanessa Tyler with Mike Stevens on your home for 24/7 News, the Black Information Network.
Talk radio that makes you think. You're listening to The Talk of Chicago and the voice of the nation. 1690 WVON.
In women under 45, breast cancer is more common in black women than white women. Overall, black women are more likely to die of breast cancer. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Boob up. Schedule your mammogram today.
The views expressed on our programs are not necessarily those of WVON, Midway Broadcasting Corporation, or our participating sponsors.
Now, more than ever, we need a reliable news source to tell our story from. The Talk of Chicago has joined the Black Information Network to bring you top-of-the-hour news from around the nation. If it's happening in Black America, it's on the Black Information Network. Now you can start your day every morning at 5 with 1 full hour of news from the Black Information Network. WVON and the Black Information Network, because the truth matters.
Very small.
Carolyn, you're on WVON. Hi, my name is Caroline. How you doing? I'm good. How are you? I'm doing all right. I'm
a part of a few good women. I just joined that organization maybe less than a year ago. A sellout to me is a person that takes funds to provide for their self and their family. A lot of these pastors, aldermen, senators, congressmen, and activists, they out here taking this money, putting up GoFundMe pages, taking contracts, undercover money, and they providing for their family. They're not putting anything back in.
Yep.
That's right. I agree.
She's Perry Small. Weekdays at 9 a.m. on the Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON.
Live from the Xfinity Studios at WVON. The Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON.
Another hour of
He's flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides. It's Dr. Al Greer on 1690 WVON.
Yep, it's almost time to shut down. Thank you, thank you. Lady G. Lady G. My former drinking buddies, the Dramatics and Shake It Well on 1690 WVON, the Talk of Chicago. It's your Dr. Al Greer. It's the last hour of B-Sides Power here on the Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON. Hello to Sundalia. Hope I said her name correctly. I always just say Sunny because it's easier for me to say, you know. It's your Dr. Al Greer, flipping the 45s and playing the B-Sides. Time to do a little housing with double exposure. My love is free, but the rest of me costs money. I'm just going to tell you that. It's your Dr. Al Greer on 1690 WVON, flipping the 45s and playing the B-Sides. Woo! My love is free. My love is free. My love is free. 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 Woo! Love is free. 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 Bum, 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 bum. My love is free. My love is free. 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 Your love is free. My love is free. My love is free. My love is free. Love is free. My love is free. My love is free. Woo! Come on, Uncle Earl. Woo! Woo! My love is free. My love is free. Woo!
This is MC Life. He's the peanut butter brother, Al Greer, on the B-sides, 1690 WVON.
Woo! Woo! my side, the world will be mine. You're the one for me. Oh, no. Enough for the time. Shout out loud, you're the one for me. Well, by my side, the world will be mine. You're the one for me.